Introduction. The family unit serves as the bedrock of a child's developmental trajectory, acting as the primary social group and initial educator. It is within this fundamental environment that children acquire essential behaviors, values, and skills, which profoundly shape their physical, emotional, social, and intellectual growth. The early interactions and consistent nurturing provided by caregivers are particularly crucial, laying the groundwork for healthy brain development and the formation of secure attachments that influence a child's capacity for relationships and overall well-being throughout life. The quality of these foundational experiences determines a child's ability to navigate future relationships, achieve personal success, and maintain overall health. While the composition of a family, known as its structure e.g., nuclear, single-parent, extended provides a framework, it is the intricate patterns of interaction, communication, emotional expression, and roles within that structure, collectively termed family dynamics, that exert a more profound influence on a child's development. Extensive research consistently indicates that a child's well-being and developmental outcomes are primarily shaped by the quality of family processes, such as effective parenting, parental psychosocial well-being, the satisfaction derived from family relationships, the level of cooperation and harmony among caregivers, rather than merely the specific family configuration. This understanding underscores that a stable, nurturing environment, characterized by healthy dynamics, can foster positive development irrespective of the family's structural type. This report aims to comprehensively analyze how various childhood family types and their inherent functional or dysfunctional dynamics influence childhood development across psychological, emotional, social, and cognitive domains. It will delineate the defining characteristics of diverse family structures, explore the hallmarks of both functional and dysfunctional family dynamics, and examine their specific impacts on children. Furthermore, the report relies
family structure and dynamics, influences on childhood development. Introduction. The family unit serves as the bedrock of a child's developmental trajectory, acting as the primary social group and initial educator. It is within this fundamental environment that children acquire essential behaviors, values, and skills, which profoundly shape their physical, emotional, social, and intellectual growth. The early interactions and consistent nurturing provided by caregivers are particularly crucial, laying the groundwork for healthy brain development and the formation of secure attachments that influence a child's capacity for relationships and overall well-being throughout life. The quality of these foundational experiences determines a child's ability to navigate future relationships, achieve personal success, and maintain overall health. While the composition of a family, known as its structure, e.g., nuclear, single parent, extended, provides a framework, it is the intricate patterns of interaction, communication, emotional expression, and roles within the structure, collectively termed family dynamics, that exert a more profound influence on a child's development. Extensive research consistently indicates that a child's well-being and developmental outcomes are primarily shaped by the quality of family processes, such as effective parenting, parental psychosocial well-being, the satisfaction derived from family relationships, and the level of cooperation and harmony among caregivers, rather than merely the specific family configuration. This understanding underscores that a stable, nurturing environment, characterized by healthy dynamics, can foster positive development irrespective of the family's structural type. This report aims to comprehensively analyze how various childhood family types and their inherent functional or dysfunctional dynamics influence childhood development across psychological, emotional, social, and cognitive domains. It will delineate the defining characteristics of diverse family structures, explore the hallmarks of both functional and dysfunctional family dynamics, and examine their specific impacts on children. Furthermore, the report will identify crucial resilience factors that enable children to thrive amidst family challenges and highlight the vital role of external support systems in mitigating adverse developmental effects. Defining diverse childhood family structures. Family structures have evolved significantly over time, reflecting shifts in societal norms and cultural acceptance. While traditional definitions often centered on a singular model, contemporary understanding acknowledges a rich diversity of family forms, each with its unique characteristics and pathways to formation. Nuclear families, characteristics and historical context. A nuclear family is conventionally defined as a household comprising two adult parents. Historically, one male and one female, and their biological children, typically residing together in a single home. Modern interpretations of this structure often extend to include unmarried couples living with their children, as well as families with adopted children, half-siblings, or step-siblings, provided all members live in the same household. The term nuclear family gained widespread recognition in the 20th century, with its popularization coinciding with the Industrial Revolution. This era brought about significant economic and living arrangement changes, leading to the formation of smaller household units as individuals migrated to urban centers for employment. Historically, in Western Europe and New England, nuclear family units were identifiable as early 2000 further solidified the nuclear family as a financially viable social unit. However, despite its common perception as a traditional or basic social unit, some sociologists and anthropologists contend that extended family structures have historically been more prevalent across a majority of cultures and time periods. In the United States, the nuclear family was only documented as the most common form during the 1960s and 1970s. Since then, its prevalence has gradually decreased, giving way to an increase in alternative family formation. This historical perspective reveals that the concept of the traditional nuclear family, as often idealized, is a relatively recent and culturally specific construct, challenging the notion of a universal, fixed family norm. This understanding implies that societal policies and attitudes that exclusively privilege or assume a nuclear family structure may inadvertently fail to adequately support the diverse realities of modern families, potentially marginalizing many children. Conjugal family roles within the nuclear structure have also undergone significant transformation. Historically, marriages were exclusively heterosexual, with the male typically assuming the role of household head and primary provider, while the woman was expected to remain at home and care for the children. In contemporary society, women increasingly share breadwinning responsibilities, and the growing acceptance and legal recognition of same-sex couples have further diversified these roles, moving away from rigid gendered expectations. Single-parent families, definitions and causes. A single parent is defined as an individual who has one or more children but does not have a spouse or live-in partner to assist in the children's upbringing or support. Consequently, a single-parent family is a household headed by such an individual, who may be unmarried, widowed, or divorced and not remarried. The pathways to single parenthood are diverse, encompassing circumstances such as the death of a partner, divorce, relationship breakup, abandonment, domestic violence, rape, childbirth by a single individual, or single-person adoption. Historically, high parental mortality rates due to disease, war, or maternal death frequently led to single parenthood, though remarriage rates were also high, often making these periods brief. In the United States, single-parent households are a significant and growing demographic. Between 25% and 30% of children under the age of 18, approximately 22 million children, reside in a single-parent household. The majority of these households are headed by mothers, with women leading 3 times as many as men. This demographic reality highlights that single parenthood is a diverse experience, encompassing a wide range of origins and leadership roles: mother, father, grandparent, aunt, uncle. This inherent diversity means that the challenges and strengths associated with single-parent families are not uniform, rather, they are heavily dependent on the specific circumstances, resources, and support networks available to the family. For instance, A single parent by choice with robust financial resources and a strong support system may encounter different challenges than a single parent facing financial hardship due to abandonment. This variation necessitates a nuanced understanding to avoid harmful stereotypes and to effectively tailor support services, recognizing that the reasons for single parenthood and the available resources are critical variables, not just the structural arrangement itself. Extended families, scope and cultural significance. An extended family is a family unit that expands beyond the immediate nuclear family to incorporate other relatives such as aunts, uncles, grandparents, or cousins, who often live in close proximity or within the same household. This structure can also specifically refer to a multi-generational household where several generations reside together under one roof. Globally, extended families are considered the fundamental family unit in numerous cultures, including those across Asia, the Middle East, Africa, among indigenous peoples, in Latin America, the Caribbean, Eastern Europe, and Southern Europe. In contrast, multi-generational households are less common in modern Western cultures. However, even in these societies, the extended family often forms a crucial support network, providing advantages even when members do not live together. The consistent theme in descriptions of extended families is the emphasis on inherent social support, shared goals, mutual care for the elderly, and collective assistance with chores, childcare, and emergencies. This structure offers a greater sense of security and belonging due to a broader pool of members who can serve as resources during times of crisis. This indicates that extended families inherently possess a robust internal support system capable of buffering external stressor, particularly economic ones. Recognizing and leveraging these existing extended family networks can be a highly effective strategy for supporting child development, especially in communities facing socioeconomic challenges, rather than solely relying on external, formal interventions. Blended families, formation and unique adjustments. A blended family, also known as a step-family, is formed when two partners establish a life together, integrating children from one or both of their previous relationships. These families often originate from a history of loss, as prior relationships have ended, which can evoke feelings of sadness, anger, and fear among family members. This foundational experience can lead members to approach the new family structure with caution, guarding themselves against the possibility of experiencing further loss. Consequently, blended families face unique challenges stemming from these structural changes, including an increased risk for conflict, stress, and difficulties in managing the day-to-day needs of their children. The process of blending a family can be both rewarding and challenging, often requiring a significant adjustment period that may span from 4 to 7 years. Children's adjustment to a blended family varies considerably based on age and gender. Younger children under 10 years old may adapt more easily as they tend to thrive on cohesive family relationships and are often more accepting of a new adult in their lives. Conversely, children aged 10 to 14 years may experience the most difficulty adjusting, requiring more time to bond before accepting a new person in a disciplinarian role. Teenagers 15 or older may have less involvement in step-family life as they prioritize forming their own identities, yet they still desire to feel important, loved, and secure. Gender differences also play a role, with boys generally accepting a stepfather more quickly than girls, who may be uncomfortable with physical displays of affection from a stepfather. Despite the inherent difficulties, many blended families demonstrate remarkable strength and resilience. The foundation of a successful blended family rests upon a solid marriage, consistent civility among members, mutual respect, compassion for each individual's developmental stage, and an environment that allows for growth. Informed commitment, a proactive approach to building a strong marriage and family bond, and a collective sense of creating a new family identity are identified as major
I am a
strengths
compulsive
that contribute
overeater.
to the
My name happens
family's
to be Rob,
resilience in facing
and
internal and external
today's a great day to be
adversities.
abstinent.
This
What I'm about to
highlights a
say is
compelling
my opinions only.
paradox. While the
I
very
don't represent
origin of
OA, I don't
blended
represent
families
an inner
lost
group or a
creates
region or
significant
anything. It's just
challenges.
one
Successfully
suffering
navigating
compulsive
these
overeater
challenges
story
can forge
and my
unique
experience
strength and
drinking book.
resilience within the family unit and its
I realize
members.
this is a 100-pounder meeting. I
This
qualify.
implies that
I'll give you a
support
little
for
bit of
blended
background.
families
I really
should
should
not
find a
only
1,000-pounder
address the
meeting,
practicalities of
because
new
if you add up all
structures,
the
but
weight I've
also
lost and
provide
gained over my
therapeutic
career,
avenues for processing
it's got to be in the
past losses and
thousands.
fostering
I'm really great at
proactive
losing weight,
commitment to building new
not
family
well
bonds,
suited to maintain
emphasizing
it.
that resilience
Learned
is
that.
often forged through overcoming
Each time I went to the bank of
adversity.
weight loss, I would be granted some
Adoptive
interest in a few more
families,
pounds.
pathways, and
I got those
identity
accolades, those, hey, you look great. Only to
An
know that I
adoptive
couldn't hold on to
family
it.
is defined as a
Excuse me,
family
slip
that
back
has
away.
welcomed a child born to
In the
another
90s, I
into
did
their
something
family
called,
and
actually late
legally
80s, I did
adopted
something
that
called
child as
Optifast.
their own.
I
with
thought
the
that was the
child
cure.
legally
I thought that
becoming
was
a
the
part of
solution.
the family as if born
I was a
into it.
star. I lost 120 pounds.
The pathways to
They told me,
forming
wow,
an
we've never
adoptive
seen anybody
family
do
are
it like this.
diverse, including
I was all in.
domestic adoption, often involving
Program
infants,
ended, they reintroduced
international
food.
adoption, typically toddlers,
matter how
or
hard I
foster
tried, scratched.
adoption, frequently
Tried to hold
older
on, I couldn't.
children.
The weight came back. Why?
Adoptive families
Nothing had
exhibit
changed.
significant
I was still me.
diversity in terms
You know?
of age, race,
underlying
nationality, and
conditions
gender
are
of their
still there.
members. In cases of
Me growing
transracial
up, food was a
adoption,
friend.
specific training and
Was comfort.
consideration
Food was
are
love.
often required to help
Food was medicine.
adoptive
It could
parents
make bad things
understand
go
the
away.
child's unique experiences
I was raised by
in
an
the
adoptive
world
mom.
and to honor their
The
cultural
solution to everything was
heritage.
food. Big Italian-Irish family.
Beyond traditional
A lot of food.
adoptions,
And if you didn't eat it,
step-parent
it was
adoptions,
basically a
where
sin.
step-parent
What do you mean you're not
legally
eating
adopts
my
a child
ex?
from a
I worked
previous
all day on that.
relationship, and kinship
But for me, it was
adoptions,
more than that.
where a family
If they were
member
mean at
adopts
school,
a
I would turn
child,
them away.
e.g., grandparents
I
adopting
hated cameras.
grandchildren are also
I
common
hated
pathways.
Why? I was not part of.
For adopted
When I saw those
children,
pictures,
regardless
I didn't
of the
fit in.
age at which
I
they
was
are
different.
placed,
I was already
adoption
adopted
becomes an
in a big
integral
family.
part of their identity that
Was
they
never
will
good enough, I
navigate
was never
throughout
part
their
of.
lives.
I was an overachiever with
They are
an
tasked
inferiority
with
complex.
integrating the realities
didn't want you to
of both
know
their birth and adoptive
that I didn't
families,
measure up, so
and
I
to
had to
some
be
extent,
smarter,
processing
stronger,
the grief
better
associated with the loss
everyone
of
else,
their
but inside,
biological family,
pretty broken, scared,
heritage, and
inferior person.
culture. This
It's true. I
complex
want to thank Carrie
process
before I
can
go
make
too
typical
much further for
childhood
asking me tonight. Thank you,
developmental
Carrie.
issues
And when I
related to
bomb, which I usually do, you'll know who to
loss,
blame. So
and
just send all that
self-image
negativity.
even more
No,
intricate.
thank you, Carrie.
This highlights that
I don't turn
identity
down program
formation
requests.
in
They're
adopted
reasonable.
children is a
I
unique,
find I could stay
complex,
abstinent a
and
little bit
lifelong
easier
process
if I be in
involving
service of
integration
that.
and grief, rather than a simple transition into
Part
a
of my
new
story is some
family.
child abuse. I say that I'm a survivor.
This implies that
I'm not a
support
victim.
for adopted families must
My adopted
extend
dad
beyond initial
had a disease
placement
called
to
Huntington's
include
disease.
ongoing resources
And it
for
changed how
identity
he
development,
It changed
grief
how he
processing,
responds
and
to
open
events.
communication
We were good
about
buddies
the
until I was
child's
about 10.
origins,
So
fostering an
it
environment
was
where
bad.
all
I won't go
aspects
into
of their
how.
identity are acknowledged and valued.
But today, you know, it probably wouldn't have. Back then, it might have been thought of as
demonstrate a range of characteristics that enable them
Working
to
the
navigate
steps
these unique
showed me
challenges.
what my part was in that. As a child, I didn't really have a part, right? As an adult, I carried that with me for years. It affected how I saw, authority figures, especially other men.
Flexible
So I've realized part of the excess weight gain was to build a shell of protection. If I was bigger, I may not be hurt. If I was intimidating, I may not be hurt. It's interesting. It took a long time to figure that out. The steps and that inventory
care and support
for a
needs.
lot of this stuff. I look at him in a whole
Foster
different
care
way.
represents a temporary
Did not need to
arrangement
adopt.
wherein an individual
That disease
or
was not
family
his fault.
provides
I would
care
not
for
wish that on
children or
anybody.
youth who are
Any
not
of those
under their
neurological
legal custody, typically due
They're
to
evil and
circumstances such as child
just like this
abuse or
disease.
neglect.
You hear that it's cunning, baffling,
The
and powerful.
overarching goal of foster family
This
care
disease
is to
wants me
offer a
dead.
safe,
If it can't
stable,
have that,
and nurturing environment for the
it'll
child
take me.
until a
It'll
permanent
have
plan
me
can be
heavy,
realized, which
not
may
part of.
involve reunification
Separate.
with their biological families,
It's really what
placement
it
with
was.
kinship caregivers, or
It's
adoption.
really what it was.
I
was called names along the way. Yeah. Some of my favorites are Hips, Lard, Fat Boy, Husky. Husky, there's a story. My mom took me to back to school shopping at Sears back in the day. I think it was middle school. And there were some girls from school. I went to a private school, but still, doesn't matter. And my mom called out in a loud voice through Sears, "Hey Rob, the Husky section's over here." And I could hear laughing. That was the year I got the Husky nickname. Isn't that great? Now, maybe some people would think, hey, I could change some stuff. Not me. I went home and turned to food. Thing I was being made fun of. Later on, I learned about something called incomprehensible demoralization. I did the Louvre in Paris in a wheelchair because I knew if I walked it, I would be in pain. Did it stop me from eating? No, it didn't. I traveled for business. I used to have to raise the hand for the seatbelt extended. That's fine. You know, as many of us have. Some of us do. That's fine. One time on one particular airline that likes to be a little humorous, I asked for the seatbelt extender, and the stewardess came down the aisle with me. It's like we have a big one. There was a lot of laughing. I wasn't laughing. Did that stop me? No. No, because when I'm in the food, there's a disconnect. I'm in the now. All I want is the immediate gratification. I don't think about the future. That, oh gee, this might lead to excessive weight gain. This might lead to those tapes that play. You know, the regret, the remorse. Oh, you can't stick to anything. You're a loser. Here's the thing. I was more critical of myself than any parent, any authority figure, anybody ever was. I am my worst critic, and I let myself have it. Have to be that way. Nope.
Despite
Sure
these
doesn't.
challenges, certain protective
What happened?
factors
Well,
can
had a first
significantly
marriage.
enhance a foster
Didn't go very
child's
well, imagine that.
well-being.
Restless, irritable,
Children placed in
discontented,
foster care
selfish,
with relatives,
self-centered.
known as kinship care, tend to
So it was ending.
experience safer and more stable childhoods
just at that time, my
compared
career
to
was
those
ending.
placed with non-relatives.
I had gained back the weight from the
This
Optifast.
arrangement
Oh, by the
often
way,
results in
Optifast.
fewer
You're not
school
supposed to go back to them a
changes,
second time
better
to tell you that.
behavioral and mental health
I convinced them
outcomes,
because
and the
I'm a manipulator,
preservation of
being a
vital
compulsive
connections
overeater.
to
I can make it.
siblings,
I've learned this
extended
time. It'll be
family,
different.
Community and cultural identity.
I couldn't do it the second time. All right, so the weight's back on, marriage in the toilet,
evolution and
career going
research
south.
consensus.
For the first time in my life, I'm living totally alone in an apartment.
Same-sex parents,
And I realized I could do
consist
anything.
of children raised by
So I went out and bought this
same-sex
favorite
couples,
food item, and I
typically
bought a
gay,
lot of it.
lesbian, or
probably enough to kill a
bisexual
horse.
individuals
And
who
it
are
told me
often
all the
in
lies that
civil
it always told me.
partnerships, domestic
I'll make it go
partnerships,
away. I'll make
civil
things better.
unions, or same-sex
I'm love.
marriages.
Don't you remember me? Oh, it'll be
These
great. And we had this
families can be
raging
formed
argument,
through
one on one
various
shoulder, one on the other.
pathways,
Oh no, you're a liar and a
including
deceiver. Oh
biological
no,
children from
it'll be
current or
different this
former
time. Different this
relationships,
time. Wait a minute.
co-parenting arrangements,
I had a 30-minute
adoption,
argument with
foster
myself,
care,
standing at a kitchen
donor
sink
insemination,
in this apartment alone
reciprocal in
with this
vitro
item that I loved.
fertilization, IVF, and surrogacy.
Well, the item
An
lost.
overwhelming
It went in the
consensus
disposer, and I
exists
found my
within
first meeting
scientific research
of
that
Overeaters
lesbian
Anonymous.
and gay parents are
I
as
cannot
capable
tell
and
you how I got
effective as heterosexual
The car
parents.
took me there, higher power took me there.
Children
I have no
raised by
idea.
lesbian and gay parents
But I
are
ended up
consistently found to be as
2 blocks from the house, maybe
psychologically
3.
healthy and well-adjusted as those
And there was a
raised
lady.
by heterosexual parents.
She said to me, I'm glad you're
Major
here.
professional
We have a place for you.
associations in medicine,
We will love you until
psychology,
you can love yourself. I think it was
psychiatry,
because I
and
crawled
social
through the
work
door.
universally
She
support
could see me
this
down in the
consensus.
threshold, crawling on my hands and knees. Broken.
They emphasize
Broken.
that a child's well-being is
It was the last house on the
primarily
block.
determined by
I
the
needed something. I
quality
didn't
of
really
family
understand what.
processes, such as effective
Basically, that was step
parenting,
one.
the psychosocial
My life was
well-being of
unmanageable,
parents, the quality
and I was powerless over food.
satisfaction of family relationships,
That night I raised my hand.
and the level of
And I said, I'm Rob and I'm a
cooperation
compulsive
between
overeater. I can't believe I got it out. She did hand me a laminated piece of paper.
Including
She
the
said, oh, this is a reading. We'd like you to read it for us. I
gender,
said, I can't read, I'm
sexual
new.
orientation, or
As if being new, this is how bad my
status of
self-esteem
parent.
is. Took away my ability to read printed word.
A 2020 study using administrative
that's okay.
longitudinal data from the Netherlands found that
And then she
children
did something
raised
horrible.
by
And
same-sex
we used to do
parents
this
from
when we met
birth
in person.
performed better in both primary
It's
and
good, but it's-
secondary education.
Hugged me. Oh my gosh. Ew.
This
You
positive
know, when I went home that
outcome
night,
was
I said,
largely attributed to
I
parental
love you too.
socioeconomic
She hugged me
status.
that night.
As same-sex
I heard that I
couples
wasn't
often
alone. I was
utilize
part of something.
expensive fertility treatments and
I wasn't
adoption
part of it.
procedures,
Didn't fit.
leading them to be, on average, wealthier, older,
Things
and
I've tried.
more educated
Diets,
than typical
exercise
different-sex
program.
couples.
Optifast. Later on, I went on to have
Despite the
gastric
robust
bypass surgery.
scientific evidence
I'm not here to sell that.
affirming the
For me, it was a
positive
tool.
developmental
I could eat through that
outcomes for
easily,
children
just
in
like I
same-sex
blew up
parent
after
families.
the Optifast.
These families may still encounter
That first
negative
meeting was
attitudes
on
and
or about
harassment from
January
society.
4th, 1992.
Children and
It's
parents
11,000
can
some
face
odd days
bias,
since then.
stereotypes, microaggressions,
I currently have a weight loss of about
and violence
155
simply due to identifying
And I did
outside
not
of
do it.
socially normative,
There is no doubt in my mind my
cisgender,
higher power did.
heterosexual
What
societal
happened?
expectations.
I gave myself
These
to the simple.
external stressor can lead to increased stress,
I went all in.
anxiety, and
It wasn't just a, oh,
self-esteem
please help me.
issues for
This has got to
children.
stop. I already knew that.
This highlights
This
a
was-
significant contradiction.
This is not what you
while
want from me.
internal
This is
family
not how you
dynamics
designed
are
me to be.
demonstrably
You didn't
healthy,
leave me, I left you.
external societal prejudice
Higher power,
creates unique challenges for
take
these
over.
children.
Take over. I am incapable.
This implies that
Please take over,
advocacy
and I promise
education are crucial to
I will
align
seek your
public
will
perception and
and
policy with
give you
scientific
the gratitude
evidence. thereby reducing external stresses that negatively impact the well-being
that was
of
accepted.
children in
That was
otherwise
the night
functional
before I went to my
same-sex
first
parent
gastric bypass
families.
case.
Table 1.
Mine, they had to go
Common
through 6
childhood
months.
family structures and their
What
defining
happened that night
characteristics.
was removal of the craving.
Family type. Definition.
It was gone.
Key characteristics.
And I've learned that it's either removed or it isn't.
Historical
In my
context.
case, it was removed.
Nuclear family.
I didn't understand why. Why me? Why am I granted this? Why did it go away? Why do I now have food neutrality where it doesn't call me like it? I used to be able to tell you everything in the fridge. Well, that box that keeps because I'd check it every 15 minutes as if it would change.
May be married or unmarried. Focus
Do that.
on the core unit.
There could be something in there. I don't care what. I just don't care about it. It doesn't call me like I used to. Like it used to.
Most common in U.S. in 1960s, 70s, now declining.
Like I said,
Historically gendered roles.
I've been thinking about the difference between
diversifying.
spiritual experience and the spiritual.
Single parent family.
I think I had a spiritual awakening, and it was even confirmed to me when about 2 years in, it hit me why I was spared. It's service. It's service to others. Service has saved my life. I highly recommend it. When I'm asked to do a program thing, if it's reasonable, I say yes. I say yes. Helps keep me abstinent. It gives me a shot at maybe, today I'm abstinent. Tomorrow I may not. The Big Book tells me all I need to do is spiritually. Then I got a chance at I like to win the sunshine. That's where I want to go. I came across something recently. The Explorer Cortez, back in 1519, came to New York. And men were disgruntled. They wanted to go home, angry, to go back to their old freedom. Caught on to it. His response to that was burn the ship. So they had no money. I had to burn the ship. I had to take on a new because if nothing changes, and I'm going to be in that same rut every single day. Good news. I have to live that. It's my higher power to me. Now, is it perfect? Absolutely not. Do I have character defects? Absolutely. Ask my wife. Sorry, no, she doesn't really take my input. I tried to take hers. No. Why didn't I throw that in here? I'm not going to. When I came into program over 30 years ago, last thing in the world I was looking for. Again, I was broken, I was damaged. I just burned through one. My higher power introduced me to life. We met in program. Let's see, in about 15 days we've been married. Life is so sweet. So, I like to talk about gifts. The biggest one I was given. I've been married to, without a doubt. But he had this prepared. I did. When one works. But I've had to learn is to look at all things. Gratitude. He doesn't give me the big snapshot. Through abstinence and looking back, sometimes I can see, that's why that happened. That was really bad at the time, but look how I've heard that as some program soar over mountains and we trip over old. We can handle the big things. It's the little things, the little resentments that peck away at us and might cause a slip, a trip, and fall. If you're a newcomer, welcome. We will. So you're coming back, welcome. That's the thing.
Children often come from traumatic backgrounds.
That 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Thank you, Claire. I appreciate your time. Perfect. That's going to work really well. So, Cortez burned the ship. They had a new one. I mean, it's a spiritual one. Yeah, the chance to let go of it.
Born through various means, biological, co-parenting, adoption, foster care, donor insemination,
You know what relapse is like.
IVF, surrogacy.
Your story doesn't have to have relapse. It's okay. We all get there. The gift of desperation. If I hadn't gotten the gift of desperation, I may not have hit that bottom cover. Some people think that the desperation, gift of desperation, bottoms are bad. I don't think so. The ones that don't hit bottoms die. Just as you go. Let me end with this. At one point in the disease, I challenged myself. Gained. I got a case of the ethics. Being an engineer and loving data, I actually track my weight. Who does that? I did. I gained 30 pounds in 30 days. I was ready to sign up to do it again. High blood pressure, severe sleep apnea that required a CPAP. I've had a joint like that. That disease means I'm dead. Because remember, these meetings will service others without shock. Thanks for listening to me tonight. My name is Rob, and I am a
characteristics of a functional family environment. Emotional support and expression. A warm and supportive family environment is instrumental in promoting healthy emotional development in children. Functional families cultivate emotional intelligence by allowing and encouraging the appropriate expression of a full range of emotions, including anger, in a controlled manner. They teach empathy and how to respond sensitively to others' feelings. Parental expression of positive emotions has been empirically linked to children's prosocial behavior, social competence, emotion understanding, and overall positive emotionality. This supportive emotional climate helps children understand that while all emotions are valid, not all behaviors are, providing a safe space to process difficult feelings like frustration, sadness, or disappointment. Adaptability in problem solving. Functional families possess the capacity to mature and change without experiencing excessive upset or unhappiness. They acknowledge family weaknesses and collaboratively engage in problem solving, viewing challenges as integral to a continuous learning and growth process. Conflict, which is an inevitable part of any family, is not avoided but managed constructively, with an emphasis on understanding, forgiveness, and mutual growth. This approach allows family members to emerge from disagreements with stronger relationships. Consistent routines and quality time. Predictable daily routines, such as consistent times for meals, bathing, and sleep, are highly beneficial to children and parents alike, providing a sense of security, comfort, and predictability. Children appreciate and benefit from family rituals and traditions around birthdays, holidays, and vacations. The majority of time spent together in a functional family should be fun, relaxed, meaningful, and relatively free of conflict, fostering positive relationships and strengthening bonds. Parental well-being and role modeling. Parents in functional families prioritize their own healthy personal lives, including proper diet, exercise, and sleep habits, and allocate time for enjoyable activities. Children thrive when their parents' emotional needs are met and when parents are in a harmonious relationship with each other. Parents serve as the most important role models, consistently demonstrating their value system through both actions and words. This consistent modeling of healthy behaviors, such as emotional regulation, conflict resolution, and empathy, establishes a pattern that can be passed down through generations. Parental mental health and well-being significantly influence their parenting practices, which in turn shape their children's social, emotional, and behavioral adjustment. This suggests a multi-generational transmission of healthy relational patterns, reducing the likelihood of future dysfunction in the children's own families or procreation. Consequently, interventions that support functional dynamics can have a ripple effect across generations, contributing to broader societal well-being by fostering healthier individuals and relationships over time. Impact on psychological well-being and self-esteem. A nurturing, encouraging, and warm family environment, characteristic of functional families, directly correlates with healthy parent-child relationships that promote positive development and adjustment in young children. Children growing up in such environments develop a strong sense of self-worth and self-efficacy, believing in their ability to succeed in various aspects of life. The presence of clear boundaries and predictability fosters a profound sense of safety and security, which forms the fundamental basis for healthy emotional regulation, self-control, and the development of a stable sense of self. Fostering emotional regulation and expression. Functional families are instrumental in teaching children how to effectively experience, express, and manage their emotions. They provide a safe space where children learn that while all emotions are valid, not all behaviors are acceptable, thereby guiding them in processing difficult feelings such as frustration, sadness, or disappointment constructively. The consistent parental expression of positive emotion is linked to favorable outcomes in children, including enhanced prosocial behavior, improved social competence, a deeper understanding of emotions, and overall positive emotionality. Promoting healthy socialization and relationship skills. The family serves as a child's initial social group and primary teacher, where they first learn how to interact with others, develop trust, cultivate friendships, and find comfort. Open and honest communication within the family, coupled with mutual respect, establishes the groundwork for effective interpersonal skills that extend beyond the home. Children learn to initiate and sustain relationships, beginning with their family members. Face-to-face interaction is particularly critical for interpersonal development, as it provides immediate responses, facial expressions, and vocal cues that are essential for nuanced social understanding. Supporting cognitive development and academic success. While direct evidence linking functional family dynamics specifically to cognitive development in the provided material is indirect, the stable, predictable, and emotionally secure environment inherent in functional families creates optimal conditions for learning and exploration. Parents in these families often value intellectual exchange and recognize frequent communication as a key method for educating and socializing their children. Children who experience positive social-emotional health, a direct outcome of functional family dynamics, tend to demonstrate superior academic performance and exhibit fewer problematic behaviors. This suggests that when a child feels safe, secure, and emotionally stable, their cognitive resources are liberated from the burden of managing stress and anxiety, allowing them to better concentrate, absorb information, and engage academically. Conversely, chronic stress stemming from dysfunctional environments is known to directly impair cognitive function and learning capacity. Therefore, promoting emotional well-being and stability within families should be recognized as a critical, albeit indirect, strategy for enhancing children's cognitive development and academic performance. Table 2. Characteristics of functional versus dysfunctional family dynamics. Category: Functional family dynamics. Dysfunctional family dynamics. Communication. Open, frequent, spontaneous, and respectful dialogue, active listening, shared understanding, direct expression of thoughts, feelings, constructive conflict resolution. 4. Hostile yelling, screaming blame, criticism, scapegoating, communication shut down or restricted, shaming, ignoring children's feelings, parental oversharing, emotional outbursts, unresolved arguments, passive aggression, avoidance of difficult topics, denial. Boundaries. Clear, consistent, flexible, and age-appropriate rules define acceptable behavior and communication, foster emotional safety, predictability, responsibility, respect, self-regulation. Parents act as guides, not peers, children's privacy respected. Lack of boundaries blurred, weak, overly rigid, privacy not respected, children not permitted to say no, have privacy, or express differing opinions, reluctance to set boundaries in adulthood. Emotional expression. Warm, supportive environment, appropriate expression of a full range of emotions, teaching empathy and sensitive responses, parental positive emotion linked to prosocial. Emotional unavailability, neglect, children's emotional needs unmet, children not encouraged to share feelings, parental mood swings, emotional instability. Behavior. Suppressed emotions, don't talk, don't trust, don't feel, rule. Conflict resolution. Conflict is allowed and managed constructively, emphasis on understanding, forgiveness, and growth, problem-solving focus, strengthens relationships. Constant, frequent, unresolved, hostile arguments, chaotic and unpredictable home environment, children on guard, lack of healthy role models for conflict resolution. Roles. Clear and differentiated roles. Parents lead, children learn, parents take responsibility, children are not parentified. Unclear improper roles, children parentified, taking on adult responsibilities, parents absent or acting as peers. Atmosphere, environment. Inviting, comfortable, loving, sense of unity and belonging, safe space for growth, little criticism, quality time, consistent routines. Unhealthy behaviors, strained relationships, chaos, unpredictability, emotionally, physically unsafe, lack of trust, respect, denial and secrets. Parental behavior. Prioritize own well-being, harmonious relationship between parents, positive role modeling values, actions treat children as individuals, realistic expectations. Abusive physical, sexual, emotional, verbal, neglectful, narcissistic traits, children as accessories, overprotective, helicopter, or lawnmower, parenting, addictive, destructive behavior, perfectionism, favoritism. IV, dysfunctional family dynamics, pathways to adverse developmental outcomes. A dysfunctional family is characterized by persistent, unhealthy patterns of communication. substance abuse, parental mental health problems, emotional abuse, or a pervasive dysfunction in family roles. Children growing up in such environments are exposed to chronic stressor that can leave profound and lasting scars on their emotional, social, and cognitive development, extending into adulthood. Defining dysfunctional family characteristics. Poor communication. Communication in dysfunctional families is often fraught with blame, criticism, and overt hostility, frequently escalating into yelling and screaming without achieving resolution. Open communication may be actively suppressed or restricted to only certain family members, with children often being shamed and ignored when they attempt to express their feelings or concerns. Conversely, parents may engage in excessive oversharing or explosive emotional outbursts when they feel slighted. Passive-aggressive behaviors and the deliberate avoidance of difficult or uncomfortable topics are also common. Lack of boundaries. A fundamental characteristic of dysfunctional families is the absence or distortion of healthy boundaries, manifesting as blurred, weak, or overly rigid limits. This often translates into a lack of respect for personal privacy, with children frequently not being permitted to decline requests, maintain personal space, or express dissenting opinions. Individuals raised in such environments may struggle with setting and maintaining boundaries in their adult relationships, often due to a lack of learned skills, feelings of guilt, or a fear of rejection or abandonment. Emotional unavailability, neglect. Emotional unavailability is a core feature of dysfunctional family systems. Children's emotional needs are consistently unmet, and they are often discouraged from sharing their feelings. Parents may exhibit unpredictable and constant mood swings, contributing to an emotionally unstable environment. A pervasive unspoken rule in many dysfunctional families is, don't talk, don't trust, don't feel, leading to suppressed emotions, emotional distance, and a profound sense of loneliness among family members. Constant conflict and instability, frequent, unresolved, and often hostile arguments are endemic to dysfunctional families. The home environment is typically chaotic and unpredictable, forcing children to remain Children may resort to maladaptive coping strategies, such as substance abuse or self-harm, as a means to manage their overwhelming emotional pain. These unhealthy coping patterns can become deeply ingrained into systems around adulthood, perpetuating a cycle of self-destructive behavior. Furthermore, children in these environments often struggle with articulating their thoughts or feelings, leading to suppressed emotions and emotional responses. Challenges in social development and trust formation. Children from dysfunctional family environments frequently exhibit low self-esteem and underdeveloped social skills, likely due to limited opportunities to learn effective communication and conflict resolution within their primary social group. They often experience profound difficulty in trusting others, which subsequently hinders their ability to form healthy, intimate relationships later in life. Children also gain opportunities to learn how to manage disappointment and conflict by observing their parents successfully navigate both parenting challenges. Challenges. A significant challenge for single-parent families, especially those headed by single mothers, is a substantial higher risk of financial hardship and poverty due to the absence of a second income source. The single parent themselves may experience loneliness and social isolation. Children might feel a sense of missing out compared to peers from two-parent households or experience feelings of abandonment if the non-custodial parent is absent. In the initial years following a divorce, children may exhibit increased rates of anxiety, aggression, academic difficulties, and antisocial behavior. Long-term data suggests that children from single-parent homes may face higher rates of teen pregnancy, high school dropout, incarceration, and poverty. There is also a potential risk of enmeshment if the single parent becomes overly reliant on the child for emotional support, which could lead to a lack of appropriate boundaries and the parent acting more as a best friend than a guiding figure. A national survey indicated a slightly higher rate of substance abuse among adolescents in single-parent families compared to those in married-parent families. Despite these challenges, numerous studies indicate no significant differences in outcomes for children of single mothers compared to children from other household types. Furthermore, children often fare better when raised by a single parent than when living with married parents who are in constant conflict. This strongly suggests that the quality of parenting and the absence of conflict are more significant protective factors than the mere presence of two parents. A functional single-parent household can provide the necessary stability and emotional security for positive child development. This implies that support for single-parent families should focus on empowering parents with resources to manage financial stress, build strong support networks, and develop effective parenting skills, rather than solely emphasizing the structural absence of a second parent. Blended families. Strengths. While the provided material Both caregivers and children in these families face higher rates of physical and mental health issues, often linked to the traumatic situations that led to placement. Housing difficulties and educational obstacles, e.g., school enrollment issues due to lack of legal custody, are also prevalent. The interconnectedness of trauma, trust, and stability is particularly evident Specialized programs like Emergency Child Care Bridge Program for foster children provide time-limited childcare vouchers and trauma-informed care training for providers to support children in foster care. Family resource centers offer accessible, coordinated services tailored to local distinctions can be subtle depending on building family and individual strengths. School-based support. Schools play a critical role in fostering safe and healthy learning environments that promote the overall well-being of students and their families. School-based supports can include a wide range of medical services, typical, dental, physical therapy, mental health services, and school-wide programming like social-emotional instruction and trauma-informed school reform. Delivering these services within the school setting minimizes transportation and time costs, eliminates financial barriers, and increases student and family awareness and participation. A whole school approach involves school-wide reform and programming, such as community school setting goals for improved attendance or trauma-informed models training staff to support students who have experienced trauma. Research indicates that these school-based supports are associated with significant improvements in health and academic outcomes, including higher GPAs, graduation rates, and reductions in anxiety and depression. Effective school-based support requires dedicated staff for coordination, active family and community engagement, and referral mechanisms for complex or long-term care. Social services and child welfare system. Social work professionals are at the forefront of providing mental health services to young children and their families, with a deep understanding of early childhood development being invaluable. Early childhood mental health interventions can significantly expand a child's potential for long-term well-being. Particularly early caregiving services provide accessible social and emotional development across the lifespan. Child welfare identifying the core components of a high-quality https://www.americanprogress.org/article/quality-101-identifying-the-core-. The interplay of family structure and dynamics, influences on childhood development. Introduction. The family unit serves as the bedrock of a child's developmental trajectory, acting as the primary social group and initial educator. It is within this fundamental environment that children acquire essential behaviors, values, and skills, which facilitate their physical, emotional, social, and intellectual growth. The early interactions and consistent nurturing provided by caregivers are particularly crucial, laying the groundwork for healthy brain development and the formation of secure attachments that influence a child's capacity for relationships and overall well-being throughout life. The quality of these foundational experiences determines the child's ability to navigate future relationships, achieve personal success, and maintain overall health. While the composition of a family, known as its structure e.g., nuclear, single parent, extended provides a Historically, in Western Europe and New England, nuclear family units were identifiable as early as the 17th century, influenced by prevailing church doctrines and theocratic governance. The rise of proto-industrialization and early capitalism further solidified the nuclear family as a financially viable social unit. However, despite its common perception as a traditional or basic social unit, some sociologists and anthropologists contend that extended family structures have historically been more prevalent across a majority of cultures and time periods. In the United States, the nuclear family was only documented as the most common form during the 1960s and 1970s. Since then, its prevalence has gradually decreased, giving way to an increase in alternative family formations. This historical perspective reveals that the concept of the traditional nuclear family, as often idealized, is a relatively recent and culturally specific construct, challenging the notion of a universal, fixed family norm. This understanding implies that societal policies and attitudes that exclusively privilege or assume a nuclear family structure may inadvertently fail to adequately support the diverse realities of modern families, potentially marginalizing many children. Conjugal family roles within a nuclear structure have also undergone significant transformation. Historically, marriages were exclusively heterosexual, with the male typically assuming the role of household head and primary provider, while the woman was expected to remain at home and care for the children. In contemporary society, women increasingly share breadwinning responsibilities, and the growing acceptance and legal recognition of same-sex couples have further diversified these roles, moving away from rigid gendered expectations. Single-parent families, definitions and causes. A single parent is defined as an individual who has one or more children but does not have a spouse or live-in partner to assist in the children's upbringing or support. Consequently, a single-parent family is a household headed by such an individual, who may be unmarried, widowed, or divorced and not remarried. The pathways to single parenthood are diverse, encompassing circumstances such as the death of a partner, divorce, relationship breakup, abandonment, domestic violence, rape, childbirth by a single individual, or single-person adoption. Historically, high parental mortality rates due to disease, war, or maternal death frequently led to single parenthood, though remarriage rates were also high, often making single-parent households are a significant and growing demographic. 25% household. to effectively tailor support services, recognizing that the reasons for single parenthood and the available resources are critical variables, not just the structural arrangement itself. Extended families, scope and cultural significance. An extended family is a family unit that expands beyond the immediate nuclear family to incorporate other relatives such as aunts, uncles, grandparents, or cousins, who often live in close proximity or within the same household. This structure can also specifically refer to a multi-generational household where several generations reside together under one roof. Globally, extended families are considered the fundamental family unit in numerous cultures, including those across Asia, the Middle East, Africa, among indigenous peoples, in Latin America, the Caribbean, Eastern Europe, and Southern Europe. In contrast, multi-generational households are less common in modern Western cultures. However, even in these societies, the extended family often forms a crucial support network, providing advantages even when members do not live together. The consistent theme in descriptions of extended families is the emphasis on inherent social support, shared goals, mutual care for the elderly, and collective assistance with chores, childcare, and emergencies. This structure offers a greater sense of security and belonging due to a broader pool of members who can serve as resources during times of crisis. This indicates that extended families inherently possess a robust internal support system capable of buffering external stressor, particularly economic ones. Recognizing and leveraging these existing extended family networks can be a highly effective strategy for supporting child development, especially in communities facing socio-economic challenges, rather than solely relying on external, formal interventions. Blended families, formation and unique adjustments. A blended family, also known as a step-family, is formed when two partners establish a life together, integrating children from one or both of their previous relationships. These families often originate from a history of loss, as prior relationships have ended, which can evoke feelings of sadness, anger, and fear among family members. This foundational experience can lead members to approach the new family structure with caution, guarding themselves against the possibility of experiencing further loss. Consequently, blended families face unique challenges stemming from these structural changes, including an increased risk for conflict, stress, and difficulties in managing the day-to-day needs of their children. The process of blending a family can be both rewarding and challenging, often requiring a significant adjustment period that may span from 4 to 7 years. Children's adjustment to a blended family varies considerably based on age and gender. Younger children under 10 years old may adapt more easily as they tend to thrive on cohesive family relationships and are often more accepting of a new adult in their lives. Conversely, children aged 10 to 14 years may experience the most difficult adjusting, requiring more time to bond before accepting a new person in a disciplinarian role. ages 15 or older may have less involvement in step-family life as they prioritize forming their own identities, yet they still desire to feel important, loved, and secure. Gender differences also play a role, with boys generally accepting a stepfather more quickly than girls, who may be uncomfortable with typical displays of affection from a stepfather. Despite the inherent difficulties, many blended families demonstrate remarkable strength and resilience. The foundation of a successful blended family rests upon a solid marriage, consistent stability among members, mutual respect, compassion for each individual's developmental stage, and an environment that allows for growth. Informed commitment, a proactive approach to building a strong marriage and family bond, and a collective sense of creating a new family identity are identified as major strengths that contribute to the family's resilience in facing internal and external adversities. This highlights a compelling paradox. While the very origin of blended families loss creates significant challenges, successfully navigating these challenges can forge unique strength and resilience within the family unit and its members. This implies that support for blended families should not only address the practicalities of new structures but also provide therapeutic avenues for processing past losses and fostering proactive commitment to building new family bonds, emphasizing that resilience is often forged through overcoming adversity. Adoptive families, pathways and identity considerations. An adoptive family is defined as a family that has welcomed a child born to another into their family and legally adopted that child as their own, with the child legally becoming a part of the family it was born into it. The pathways to forming an adoptive family are diverse, including domestic adoption often involving infants, international adoption, typically toddlers, or foster adoption, frequently older children. Adoptive families exhibit significant diversity in terms of age, race, nationality, and gender of their members. In cases of transracial adoption, specific training and consideration are often required to help adoptive parents understand the child's unique experiences in the world and to honor their cultural heritage. Beyond traditional adoption, separate adoption, where a separate legally adopts a child from a previous relationship, and kinship adoption, where a family member adopts a child, e.g., grandparents adopting grandchildren are also common pathways. For adopted children, regardless of the age at which they are placed, adoption becomes an integral part of their identity that they will navigate throughout their lives. They are tasked with integrating the realities of both their birth and adopted families, and to some extent, processing the grief associated with the loss of their biological family, heritage, and culture. This complex process can make typical childhood developmental issues related to attachment, loss, and self-image even more intricate. This highlights that identity formation in adopted children is a unique, complex, and lifelong process involving integration and grief, rather than a simple transition into a new family. This implies that support for adopted families Same-sex parent families consist of children raised by same-sex couples, typically gay, lesbian, or bisexual individuals, who are often in civil partnerships, domestic partnerships, civil unions, or same-sex marriages. These families can be formed through various pathways, including biological children from current or former relationships, co-parenting arrangements, adoption, foster care, donor insemination, reciprocal in vitro fertilization, IVF, and surrogacy. An overwhelming consensus exists within scientific research that lesbian and gay parents are as capable and effective as heterosexual parents. Children raised by lesbian and gay parents are consistently found to be as psychologically healthy and well-adjusted as those raised by heterosexual parents. Major professional associations in medicine, psychology, psychiatry, and social work universally support this consensus. They emphasize that a child's well-being is primarily determined by the quality of family processes, such as effective parenting, the psychosocial well-being of parents, the quality and satisfaction of family relationships, and the level of cooperation between parents, rather than the specific family structure, including the number, gender, sexual orientation, or cohabitation status of parents. A 2020 study using administrative longitudinal data from the Netherlands found that children raised by same-sex parents from birth perform better in both primary and secondary education. This positive outcome was largely attributed to parental socioeconomic status, as same-sex couples often utilize expensive fertility treatment and adoption procedures, leaving them, on average, wealthier, older, and more educated than typical different-sex couples. Despite the robust scientific evidence affirming the positive developmental outcomes of children in same-sex parent families, these families may still encounter negative attitudes and harassment from society. Children and parents can face bias, stereotypes, microaggressions, harm, and violence simply due to identifying outside of socially normative, cisgender, heterosexual societal expectations. These external stressors can lead to increased stress, anxiety, and self-esteem issues for children. This highlights a significant contradiction. While internal family dynamics are demonstrably healthy, external societal prejudice creates unique challenges for these children. This implies that advocacy and education are crucial to align public perception and policy with scientific evidence, thereby reducing external stressors that negatively impact the well-being of children in otherwise functional same-sex parent families. Table 1. Common child and family structures. adopters can withstand testing and rejecting behaviors from their children, recognizing these as expressions of fear rather than personal rejection, and understanding that a child's ties to birth families do not limit their God. They are able to provide nurturance without immediate reciprocity, delayed parental gratification, and use humor to cope with stress. close family bonds. Challenges. Despite the overwhelming scientific consensus on positive developmental outcomes, same-sex parent families frequently face negative attitudes and harassment from society. Children and parents can encounter bias, stereotypes, microaggressions, harm, and violence due to identifying outside of socially normative, cisgender, heterosexual society. These external stressors contribute to increased stress, anxiety, and self-esteem issues for children. Some studies have noted higher parenting stress in same-sex parent households, although this did not translate into differences in child outcomes. Children may experience family-related teasing incidents and, in some cases, struggle with trust issues related to a parent's unexpected coming out or experiences of bullying. The discrepancy between the clear scientific consensus that children with same-sex parents fared just as well as those with different sex parents across all developmental measures and the simultaneous reality that these families face societal harassment and discrimination is a critical point. This highlights that while internal family dynamics are demonstrably healthy, external societal prejudice creates unique challenges for these children. This implies that advocacy and education are crucial to align public perception and policy with scientific evidence, thereby reducing external stressors that negatively impact the well-being of children in otherwise functional same-sex parent families. DI, resilience and external support systems. Fostering resilience in children. Resilience is defined as a child's capacity to recover and adapt effectively following potentially traumatic events, such as abuse, neglect, or domestic violence. While all children possess some inherent strengths to aid recovery, those who experience significant adversity may require additional resources and support to build resilience. A child's pathway to resilience is multifaceted, encompassing individual strengths, family dynamics, and community resources. Key factors that foster resilience include: build circle presence of a loving and supportive adult. The single most common factor in helping children overcome adversity is the consistent presence of at least one loving, supportive adult, often a parent, but also a grandparent, teacher, or neighbor. These nurturing connections provide security and protection after traumatic events. Build circle positive self-perceptions. Children with a strong sense of self-worth and self-efficacy believe in their ability to succeed are more optimistic, less anxious, and more persistent in accomplishing tasks. Recognizing children's efforts and helping them learn from setbacks nurtures these positive self-perceptions. Build circle self-regulation skills, the ability to manage thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, especially when overwhelmed, anxious, or angry, is crucial for resilience. Techniques like scaffolding can help children develop these skills by guiding them through difficult situations step by step. Build circle connection to faith and culture. Involvement in cultural or faith groups can provide a supportive network that shares values and beliefs, helping children navigate adversity. Build circle parenting competencies, responsive parenting, emotional warmth, providing support, and building strong parent-child bonds that positively lead to better outcomes for children exposed to adversity. Promoting mothers' mental health also significantly enhances children's resilience. Build circle family cohesion and problem solving. A family committed to each other, sharing time, effectively resolving problems and conflicts, celebrating successes, holding shared values, practicing meaningful rituals, and maintaining predictable routines contribute significantly to a child's resilience. Feeling close to and a sense of belonging with family members helps children cope with trauma. The role of external support systems. Children are dependent on external systems for their survival and development. The quality of these systems and the supports they provide can significantly aid a child's resilient recovery and overall well-being. Community programs. A variety of community-based programs offer crucial support for child development and family well-being. These include national initiatives like Circle of Parents, which empower caregivers with knowledge, skills, and peer support to raise resilient children. Programs such as Head Start and Early Head Start provide comprehensive developmental services to young children from low-income families, encompassing mental, social, and emotional development, along with health, nutrition, and social services. Other community resources offer referrals to pediatricians, mental health services, child care, food and housing assistance, and benefit programs. Specialized programs like Emergency Child Care Bridge Program for foster children provide time-limited child care vouchers and trauma-informed care training for providers to support children in foster care. Family resource centers offer accessible, coordinated services tailored to local community needs, focusing on building family and individual strengths. School-based support. Schools play a critical role in fostering safe and healthy learning environments that promote the overall well-being of students and their families. School-based supports can include a wide range of medical services, physical, dental, vision therapy, mental health services, and school-wide programming like social-emotional instruction and trauma-informed school reform. Delivering these services within the school setting minimizes transportation and time costs, eliminates financial barriers, and increases student and family awareness and participation. A whole school approach involves school-wide reform and programming, such as community schools setting goals for improved attendance or trauma-informed models training staff to support students who have experienced trauma. Research indicates that these school-based supports are associated with significant improvements in health and academic outcomes, including higher GPAs, graduation rates, and reductions in anxiety and depression. Effective school-based support requires dedicated staff for coordination, active family and community engagement, and referral mechanisms for complex or long-term care. services and child welfare system. Social work professionals are at the forefront of providing mental health services to young children and their families, with a deep understanding of early childhood development being invaluable. Early childhood mental health interventions can significantly expand a child's potential and reduce developmental obstacles, particularly as early caregiving relationships profoundly affect neurological, cognitive, social, and emotional development across the lifespan. The child welfare system is responsible for promoting the well-being of children who have experienced abuse or neglect and separation from parents. These traumatic experiences can lead to behavioral and emotional problems, including severe attachment disorders. Children involved with child welfare services often suffer from psychological, health, and educational deficits or delays. While the system aims to provide a safe, stable, and permanent home, many children experience multiple moves in out-of-home care, which causes substantial harm. Despite these challenges, children involved with child welfare are more likely to receive mental health services for their behavioral problems compared to children in parent care. The California Department of Social Services, for instance, recognizes the importance of early childhood in setting the foundation for lifelong physical, emotional, and social well-being and provides courses for staff working with children at risk of involvement in the child welfare system. The ability of a child to recover and adapt following potentially traumatic events is significantly influenced by the quality of the systems and supports in their life. Children rely on others for their survival, and family, peers, schools, neighborhoods, and communities can provide crucial resources that promote resilience. Feeling a sense of belonging with family, peers, and community members helps children cope with trauma, as they often look to these relationships to make sense of their experiences and manage difficult emotions. This underscores that a comprehensive, multi-systemic approach is essential for fostering resilience and positive developmental outcomes in children facing family challenges. 7. Conclusion. The profound influence of family on childhood development is undeniable, serving as the primary crucible in which a child's values, skills, socialization, and sense of security are forged. While the structural configuration of a family, be it nuclear, single-parent, extended, blended, adoptive, foster, or same-sex parent, provides a fundamental framework, the overwhelming evidence indicates that the quality of its internal dynamics is the paramount determinant of a child's well-being and developmental trajectory. Functional family dynamics, characterized by open and respectful communication, clear yet flexible boundaries, mutual respect for individuality, consistent emotional support, adaptability in problem solving, predictable routines, and positive parental role modeling, create an environment conducive to optimal development. Such environments foster psychological well-being, healthy emotional regulation, robust social skills, and indirectly support cognitive and and academic success by reducing stress and promoting security. The patterns established in functional families can also propagate across generations, contributing to a broader societal benefit by fostering healthier individuals and relationships over time. Conversely, dysfunctional family dynamics, marked by poor communication, a pervasive lack of boundaries, emotional unavailability, chronic conflict, unclear roles, and various forms of abuse or neglect, consistently lead to adverse developmental outcomes. Children exposed to these environments face significant risks for mental health issues, including anxiety, depression, and PTSD, and may develop maladaptive coping mechanisms. Their emotional and social development is often hindered, leading to difficulties in forming trusting, intimate relationships and a tendency to perpetuate unhealthy patterns in adulthood. Chronic stress and a lack of intellectual stimulation in dysfunctional settings also impair cognitive development and academic performance, demonstrating the pervasive reach of these negative dynamics across all developmental domains. The internalization of negative self-perceptions and relational patterns learned in dysfunctional childhood can persist into adulthood, necessitating comprehensive interventions that address these deeply ingrained psychological imprints. Specific family structures present unique strengths and challenges. Single-parent families, despite potential financial strain, can foster strong parent-child bonds and self-reliance, with outcomes often surpassing those of high-conflict two-parent homes. Blended families, born from a history of loss, demonstrate remarkable resilience when proactive commitment and open communication are prioritized, though they require significant adjustment periods. Adoptive families embark on a lifelong journey of identity integration for children, necessitating ongoing support for processing grief and acknowledging diverse origins. Foster families, while providing crucial temporary safety from trauma, highlight the critical need for trauma-informed care and consistent stability to counteract past adversities. Same-sex parent families consistently demonstrate equivalent developmental outcomes to heterosexual families, yet they uniquely navigate societal biases and discrimination that create external stressors. Ultimately, the well-being of children is not solely dependent on the family structure they inhabit but profoundly shaped by the quality of their family's emotional and relational processes. Promoting functional dynamics within any family type is therefore a critical imperative. Furthermore, external support systems, including community programs, school-based interventions, and social services, play an indispensable role in buffering the impact of family challenges, fostering resilience, and ensuring that all children have the opportunity to thrive. A comprehensive approach to child development must recognize the intricate interplay of family structure and dynamics, prioritizing interventions that strengthen relational health and provide robust, multifaceted support systems. Work cited. 1. Role of family in child development. Children's Bureau, https:// www.outlook.org/news/log/news/role-in-development/2. Quality 101. Identifying the core components of a high-quality https://www.amazon.org/articles/quality-101-identifying-the-core-program/3. Child welfare, early childhood, http://cbs.ca.gov.au/child-welfare-early-childhood 4.2 Family structures, cultural practices, roles, and functions, nursing health promotion, https://family-structures.com/cultural-practices-for-and-functions/5. Family systems therapy, definition and efficacy, Greenwell Mind, https://family-systems-therapy-definition-efficacy-therapy-efficacy-5213785. Child well-being in same-sex parent families. Review of research. https://tmc.ncb.nigh.gov/articles/pmc/09/1994/7. What does the scholarly research say about what we know? https://whatever.equality.org/https://whatever.ed/college/say-about-the-wellbeing-about-children-about-say-about-or-login-about-parenting. Same-sex parenting, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/same-sex_parenting 9. Types of family structures, trying together, https://streamtogether.org/gap/family different family type each one has a unique family dynamic /16. Blended family and set parenthesis. Helpguide.org. https://www.helpguide.org/family/parenting-blended-family-17. Blended families, community education, Cornell blog, https://blogs.cornell.edu/community education/2020/06/03/blended-families/18. Adoptive family adoption.com, https://adoption.com/adoptive-family/19. Understanding Adoption, a Developmental Approach, PMC, https://pmc.ncbi.nl.9.gov/article/pmc/08045559/20. Characteristics of successful adoptive families 1. Tolerance for characteristics_successful_adoptive_families.pdf. Reverend equals 4C2 vector 7cc43,689,376 FF61232C62BF21. Badge plot is a foster parent. Carteret County, https://www.carteretcounty.gov/tax.aspx. UID equals 10222. Empowering foster children. Navigating emotional challenges with https://empowering-foster-children-challenges-with-confidence-23. Kinship grandfamilies, strengths and challenges, grandfamilies, https://gkf.resources/resources/grandfamilies-strengths-challenges/24. Same-sex families info to sociology broadcast definition https://library.fibable.me/key-term/info-to-term/same-sex family 25. Normal functioning family, healthdepartment.org, https://inward/family-life/family-dynamics/pages/normal-family-functioning.aspx26. The Functional Family, BYU Scholasarchive, https://scholasarchive.me.edu/cgi/viewcontent.cgi. Article equals 1409 and context equals Functional family, site central, https://sitecentral.com/log/what-make-family-functional 28. Associations between family communication patterns, siblings, https://pmc.nl.ni.gov/article/pmc/3185380/29. Family Communication Patterns Series, a social, ResearchGate, https://family-communication-theory-social-cognitive-approach.pdf 30. What makes a family functional? The Behavior Institute, https://tbehaviorinstitute.com/what-makes-a-family-functional/31. Parent-child relationships and setting healthy boundaries, https://www.impact-psych.com/log/parent-child-setting-healthy-boundaries 32. Setting boundaries for children, nurturing healthy development, honest mum, https://benefits-for-children-nurturing-healthy-development/33. Cultivating healthy boundaries in family dynamics, https://www.marriagefamily-services.com/post/cultivating-healthy-boundaries-dynamics/34. Resilience and Child Traumatic Stress, the National Child, https://site/default/resilience_child_traumatic_stress.pdf 35. PDF The influence of family nurturing environment on children's emotions and behaviors, https://www.researchgate.com/ importance emotional support the families medically complex children 39. Our extended family supports children's development and growth. https://www.tinnisolmedia.com/blog/one-click-loving-family-can-help-children's-development 40. The silent sufferers, uncovering the impact of dysfunctional families on children. Medium, https://medium.com/exotic_families-dysfunctional-families-on-covering-dysfunctional-families-on-dysfunctional-families-on-children-25308-4G6C41. Dysfunctional parenting, psychology today, https://www.psychologytoday.com/us/basic/parenting/dysfunctional-parenting 42. Dysfunctional families, is your family dynamic holding you back? https://www.sandstone.care.com/blog/dysfunctional-families/43. 11 characteristics of adult children and dysfunctional families. Live, https://www.library.online.com/characteristics-adult-children-dysfunctional-families/44. parent households are a significant and growing demographic. Between 25% and 30% of children under the age of 18, approximately 22 million children, reside in a single-parent household. The majority of these households are headed by mothers, with women leading 3 times as many as men. This demographic reality highlights that single parenthood is a diverse experience, encompassing a wide range of origins and leadership roles: mother, father, grandparent, aunt, uncle. This inherent diversity means that the challenges and strengths associated with single-parent families are not uniform. Rather, they are heavily dependent on the specific circumstances, resources, and support networks available to them. Family. For instance, a single parent by choice with robust financial resources and a strong support system may encounter different challenges with a single parent facing financial hardship due to abandonment. This variation necessitates a nuanced understanding to avoid harmful stereotypes and to effectively tailor support services, recognizing that the reasons for single parenthood can be available resources and critical variables, not just the structural arrangement itself. Extended families, scope and cultural families, weaknesses are acknowledged rather than concealed, and members collaboratively work towards growth, both individually and as a unit. The atmosphere within a functional home is typically inviting, comfortable, and loving, fostering a sense of unity while respecting individual identities. All characteristics of a functional family Adaptability and problem solving. Functional families possess the capacity to mature and change without experiencing excessive upset or unhappiness. They acknowledge family weaknesses and collaboratively engage in problem solving, viewing challenges as integral to continuous learning and growth process. Conflict, which is abandonment. Emotional unavailability, neglect. Emotional unavailability is a core feature of dysfunctional family systems. Children's emotional needs are consistently unmet, and they are often discouraged from sharing their feelings. Parents may exhibit unpredictable and constant mood swings, contributing to an emotionally unstable often struggle with articulating their thoughts or feelings, leading to suppressed emotions and emotional distance. Challenges in social development and trust formation. Children from dysfunctional family environments frequently exhibit low self-esteem and underdeveloped social skills, largely due to limited opportunities to learn effective communication and conflict resolution within their primary social group. They often experience profound difficulty in trusting others, which subsequently hinders their ability to form healthy, intimate relationships later in life. Witnessing dysfunctional relationship patterns between parents or caregivers can inadvertently normalize unhealthy behaviors, leading to a perpetuation of these same patterns in the child's future relationships. This can result in social isolation, loneliness, and a tendency to become trapped in abusive or toxic relationships. Implications for cognitive development and academic performance. Chronic stress and the unpredictable nature of a dysfunctional home environment can significantly impair a child's ability to concentrate, directly leading to difficulties in learning and compromised academic performance. Children may struggle with developing effective decision-making and problem-solving skills, as they often lack exposure to healthy role models who demonstrate effective ways of handling challenges. Moreover, dysfunctional families may fail to provide the necessary emotional and intellectual stimulation required to foster curiosity and cognitive growth, thereby impacting children's overall cognitive abilities and their potential as adults. This comprehensive impact on emotional, social, and cognitive domains demonstrates that stress and instability permeate all aspects of a child's growth, from their internal emotional world to their external academic performance. The causal link is clear. Chronic stress and lack of stimulation directly impair brain function and learning capacity. Addressing dysfunctional family dynamics is therefore not merely a mental health imperative but also an educational and societal one, as it directly impacts a child's ability to thrive across all life domains. B. Strengths and challenges across specific family types. While the quality of family dynamics is paramount, specific family structures also present unique strengths and challenges that can influence child development. Single-parent family. Strengths. Single parents often report developing a stronger, more intimate bond of trust with their children. This is attributed to increased bonding time and the single parent being the primary involved caregiver, leading children to view them as confidants and admire them as role models. If a single-parent situation arose from a high-conflict two-parent household, children benefit significantly from reduced exposure to ongoing parental arguments, resulting in less stress and more consistent household rules. Children in single-parent families may acquire valuable life skills earlier, taking on greater responsibilities around the house. This can instill a strong work ethic, a sense of pride and accomplishment, and consideration for others, fostering self-esteem and self-worth. Teenage children, in particular, often exhibit increased confidence and autonomy autonomy due to these heightened responsibilities. Single parents have a unique opportunity to model strong, ethical behavior, demonstrating to their children that it is possible to live and thrive independently. Children also gain opportunities to learn how to manage disappointment and conflict by observing their parents successfully navigate co-parenting challenges. Challenges. A significant challenge for single-parent families, especially those headed by single mothers, is a substantially higher risk of financial hardship and poverty due to the absence of a second income source. The single parent themselves may experience loneliness and social isolation. Children might feel a sense of missing out compared to peers from two-parent households or experience feelings of abandonment if the non-custodial parent is absent. In the initial years following a divorce, children may exhibit increased rates of anxiety, aggression, academic difficulties, and antisocial behavior. Long-term data suggests that children from single-parent homes may face higher rates of teen pregnancy, high school dropout, incarceration, and poverty. There is also a potential risk of enmeshment if the single parent becomes overly reliant on a child for emotional support, which can lead to a lack of appropriate boundaries and the parent acting more as a best friend than a guiding figure. A national survey indicated a slightly higher rate of substance abuse among adolescents in single-parent families compared to those in married-parent families. Despite these challenges, numerous studies indicate no significant differences in outcomes for children of single mothers compared to children from other household types. Furthermore, children often fare better when raised by a single parent than when living with married parents who are in constant conflict. This strongly suggests that the quality of parenting and the absence of conflict are more significant protective factors than the mere presence of two parents. A functional single
Of course, the statement you've crafted is incredibly powerful. It captures the beautiful paradox of being, the solid, unchanging truth of your core identity, I and me, and the boundless, limitless potential for growth and expression, I can be anything. Here are lists of affirmations inspired by these profound ideas, broken down to emphasize each part of your statement. For celebrating your core self, I and me, I am truly myself. These affirmations focus on radical self-acceptance, authenticity, and the unwavering truth of your being. I am unapologetically myself. My core essence is my superpower. I thrive when I am true to my own nature. I accept every part of who I am. Right here, right now I am enough. Exactly as I am in this moment. My authenticity is my greatest gift to the world. I honor the person I am today. I release the need for external validation. My own approval is what matters. Being myself is my natural state of being. My unique combination of traits makes me who I am, and that is magnificent. For embracing your infinite potential, and can be anything. These affirmations focus on your capacity for growth, change, and limitless creation. They are about the freedom to evolve and express yourself in countless ways. I am a being of limitless potential. I have the freedom to grow and evolve in any direction I choose. I am not defined by my past. I am the creator of my future. I embrace change as an opportunity for expansion every day. I can choose who I want to become. I am capable of learning, growing, and mastering new things. The universe of possibility is open to me. I am the artist of my life, and I can paint any reality I desire. I release all self-imposed limitations. I am open and ready to become more than I have ever been before, for integrating both truths. But I am me. This is the anchor. These affirmations integrate the idea that no matter how much you grow or what roles you play, your fundamental self remains your constant, guiding truth. As I grow and change, I remain deeply connected to my true self. I can explore many paths and roles, and through them all, the core of me is constant. My potential is an expression of my core self, not a departure from it. My core identity is my anchor in an ocean of infinite possibility. I am both a masterpiece and a work in progress. Simultaneously, whatever I choose to become is simply another facet of the true me. I am rooted in my truth, which allows me to reach for the sky. My evolution does not erase my identity, it enriches it. I am constant and I am evolving, and I am whole in this paradox. The more I become, the more I return to the truth of who I am. Short and powerful mantras for daily use. These are condensed versions for quick reminders throughout your day. Authentically me, limitless potential, rooted and reaching, constant and evolving. I am my anchor, my truth is my guide. I am free to be. Your original statement is a complete and powerful mantra in itself. Use these lists to support and expand upon that core truth you already hold. Of course, your statement is a beautiful and complete prayer of release and surrender. It outlines a profound spiritual practice, seeing yourself with acceptance, detaching from the ego's stories, and trusting those burdens to a higher power, and resting in the peaceful presence that remains. Here are lists of affirmations modeled after this powerful idea, designed to support each step of your process. For awareness and self-acceptance, these affirmations reinforce the first part of your statement. I am aware and accept myself with who I am. I see myself clearly, the light and the shadow, and I embrace it all.
Years for everyone to learn how to function as a new family, and parents may feel frustrated if the new family does not immediately function like their previous one.
Exactly as I am right now. I can look at my flaws and imperfections with the same grace God shows me. My self-worth is inherent and God-given. It is not defined by my thoughts. For releasing and surrendering to God, these affirmations focus on the active part of letting go. I can let go of all I think about myself and give this to God. I release the burden of my ego and place it in the hands of the divine. I surrender my worries, my labels, and my self-judgments to a power greater than myself, God. I give you the story of me so that I can be free. I lovingly gather all my thoughts about who I am and offer them up. I trust the universe to hold my anxieties, so I don't have to carry them. I release the need to control how I am perceived and let God's love define me. This weight is not mine to carry. I give it to God with gratitude for resting in pure being. These affirmations celebrate the peaceful result of your surrender. And just be. Having surrendered my burdens, I am free to just be. I rest in the quiet, peaceful presence that is my truth. God-given nature. My only task in this moment is to exist in God's grace, unburdened by thought. I am simply and sacredly here. I float in the calm waters of divine love, simply being. The peace of God exists in this space of just being. Integrated affirmations, combining the entire process. These affirmations mirror the beautiful flow of your original statement, combining all the elements into one. I see myself with acceptance. Release all my thoughts about who I am to God, and rest in the peace of just being. With loving awareness, I gather all my self-judgments, offer them to a higher power, and find my.
These parents are comfortable providing caring direction and structure, intervening early flexible expectations, especially for children with special needs, focusing on acknowledging and appreciating small steps rather than trying to remake the child. Successful adopters can withstand testing and rejecting behaviors from their children, recognizing these as expressions of fear rather than personal rejection, and understanding that a child's ties to birth families do not diminish their bond. They are able to provide nurturance without immediate reciprocity, delaying parental gratification, and use humor to cope with stress. Crucially, they prioritize self-care, actively seek and accept help, and exhibit flexible family roles, sharing parenting responsibilities to prevent burnout. These qualities collectively create a stable, supportive, and emotionally secure environment conducive to a child's healthy development. Challenges: adopted children, regardless of the age of placement, experience a unique reality where adoption becomes an integral part of their identity that they will navigate throughout their lives. This often involves coming to terms with and integrating the realities of both their birth and adopted families, and to some extent, grieving the loss of their biological family, heritage, and culture. This process can significantly complicate normal childhood issues of attachment, loss, and self-image. A substantial change like adoption can trigger mental health issues in children, manifesting as grief, loss, shame, and guilt, identified as core issues in adoption. Children may struggle to verbalize and process these complex emotions, leading to depression, anxiety, anger issues, and the fear of abandonment. Adopted parents, even when providing optimal care, may experience feelings of inadequacy because these core issues are often unavoidable. Adopted children may also struggle with their communal and personal identity as they navigate new surroundings and relationships, which can lead to difficulties with intimacy and a fear of rejection. This can manifest as antisocial behavior, difficulty forming close friendships, social isolation, and acting out against family rules. The lifelong journey of identity integration in adopted children, involving both their birth and adopted families and the process of grief, is a complex and unique developmental task. This implies that support for adopted families must extend beyond initial placement to include ongoing resources for identity development, grief processing, and open communication about the child's origins, fostering an environment where all aspects of their identity are acknowledged and valued. Foster families. Strengths. Foster families provide a critical support system, offering a safe and nurturing environment for children in crisis. A key strength lies in their ability to build trust through consistency, which is vital for children who have experienced instability and difficulty trusting adults due to non-involvement. Foster parents achieve this by being consistent in their actions, reactions, and routines, creating a stable and secure environment. They encourage open communication, allowing children to express feelings without judgment, which fosters deeper connections. Foster families also empower children by encouraging emotional expression social connections to siblings, families, communities, and cultural identity. Foster parents often find immense reward in witnessing the healing transformations of children who come in with trauma, and in achieving successful reunification with those families through alternative permanency plans like adoption. The presence of other children in the foster home can also serve as positive models for foster children. Foster parenting is a highly collaborative endeavor, supported by a treatment team including therapists, social workers, and case managers, which ensures comprehensive care and support for the child's development. Challenges. Children entering foster care often come from traumatic backgrounds marked by neglect, abuse, or instability, which can induce a whirlwind of emotional challenges, including anxiety, trauma, and feelings of abandonment. These experiences frequently manifest as behavioral issues, difficulties in forming relationships, and struggles with expressing emotions. The stigma associated with being in foster care can exacerbate these emotional complexities, leading to feelings of isolation. Foster children may have difficulty trusting adults due to past experiences of inconsistent care or betrayal. Kinship grandfamilies, while offering stability, also face unique challenges. Caregivers often assume responsibility suddenly, without time for financial or housing planning, and may lack inherent legal rights regarding the children they raise. The process of obtaining legal relationships, adoption, guardianship is often expensive and time-consuming, and without legal ties, caregivers may struggle to access services for the children. Financial strain is common, as available assistance is often inadequate, and children in kinship care are more likely to live in poverty. Both caregivers and children in these families face higher rates of physical and mental health issues, often linked to the traumatic situations that led to placement. Housing difficulties and educational obstacles, e.g., school enrollment issues due to lack of legal custody, are also prevalent. The interconnectedness of trauma, trust, and stability is particularly evident in foster care. Children's emotional challenges, such as anxiety, trauma, and abandonment, are directly linked to their prior experiences of neglect, abuse, and instability. The ability to build trust through consistent families compared to heterosexual parents. These families may also be more egalitarian in household and childcare activities, and less likely to embrace traditional gender roles, although children's interests and hobbies do not differ from those with heterosexual parents. Children of same-sex parents have been reported to be more tolerant and open-minded, with more flexible ideas about gender and sexuality. They may also exhibit better psychosocial adjustment and competence, higher self-esteem, and lower conduct problems. Adolescents in lesbian families have shown academic success in supportive school environments, active social networks, and close family bonds. Challenges. Despite the overwhelming scientific consensus on positive developmental outcomes, same-sex parent families frequently face negative attitudes and harassment from society. Children and parents can encounter bias, stereotypes, microaggressions, harm, and violence due to identifying outside of social normative, cisgender, heterosexual society. These external stressors contribute to increased stress, anxiety, and self-esteem issues for children. Some studies have noted higher parenting stress in same-sex parent households, although this did not translate into differences in child outcomes. Children may experience family-related teasing incidents and, in some cases, struggle with trust issues related to a parent's unexpected coming out or experiences of bullying. The discrepancy between the clear scientific consensus that children with same-sex parents fare just as well as those with different sex parents across all developmental measures and the simultaneous reality that these families face societal harassment and discrimination is a critical point. This highlights that while internal family dynamics are demonstrably healthy, external societal prejudice creates unique challenges for these children. This implies that advocacy and education Techniques like scaffolding can help children develop these skills by guiding them through difficult situations step by step. Build circle connection to faith and culture. Involvement in cultural or faith groups can provide a supportive network that shares values and beliefs, helping children navigate adversity. Build circle parenting competencies, responsive parenting, emotional warmth, providing support, and building strong parent-child bonds are positively linked to better outcomes for children exposed to adversity. Promoting mothers' mental health also significantly enhances children's resilience. Build circle family cohesion and problem solving. A family committed to each other, sharing time, effectively resolving problems and conflicts, celebrating successes, holding shared values, practicing meaningful rituals, and maintaining predictable routines contributes significantly to a child's resilience. Feeling close to and a sense of belonging with family members helps children cope with trauma. The role of external support systems. Children are dependent on external systems for their survival and development. The quality of these systems and the supports they provide can significantly aid a child's resilient recovery and overall well-being. Community programs. A variety of community-based programs offer crucial support for child development and family well-being. These include national initiatives like Circle of Parents, which empower caregivers with knowledge, skills, and peer support to raise resilient children. Programs such as Head Start and Early Head Start provide comprehensive developmental services to young children from low-income families, encompassing mental, social, and emotional development, along with health, nutrition, and social services. Other community resources offer referrals to pediatricians, mental health services, childcare, food and housing assistance, and benefit programs. Specialized programs like Emergency Child Care Bridge Program for foster children provide time-limited child care vouchers and trauma-informed care training for providers to support children in foster care. Family resource centers offer accessible, coordinated services tailored to local community needs, focusing on building family and individual strength. School-based support. Schools play a critical role in fostering safe and healthy learning environments that promote the overall well-being of students and their families. School-based supports can include a wide range of medical services, physical, dental, vision therapy, mental health services, and school-wide programming like social-emotional instruction and trauma-informed school reform. Delivering these services within the school setting minimizes transportation and time costs, eliminates financial barriers, and increases student and family awareness and participation. A whole school approach involves school-wide reform and programming, such as community schools setting goals for improved attendance or trauma-informed models training staff to support students who have experienced trauma. Research indicates that these school-based supports are associated with significant improvements in welfare services often suffer from psychological, health, and educational deficits or delays. While the system aims to provide a safe, stable, and permanent home, many children experience multiple moves in out-of-home care, which causes substantial harm. Despite these challenges, children involved with child welfare are more likely to receive mental health services for their behavioral problems compared to children in parent care. The California Department of Social Services, for instance, recognizes the importance of early childhood in setting the foundation for lifelong physical, emotional, and social well-being and provides courses for staff working with children at risk of involvement in the child welfare system. The ability of a child to recover and adapt following potentially traumatic events is significantly influenced by the quality of the systems and supports in their life. Children rely on others for their survival, and family, peers, schools, neighborhoods, and communities can provide crucial resources that promote resilience. Feeling a sense of belonging with family, peers, and community members helps children cope with trauma, as they often look to these relationships to make sense of their experiences and manage difficult emotions. This underscores that a comprehensive, multi-systemic approach is essential for fostering resilience and positive developmental outcomes in children facing family challenges. 7. Conclusion. The profound influence of family on childhood development is undeniable, serving as the primary crucible in which a child's values, skills, socialization, and sense of security are forged. While the structural configuration of a family, be it nuclear, single-parent, extended, blended, adoptive, foster, or same-sex parent, provides a fundamental framework, the overwhelming evidence indicates that the quality of its internal dynamics is the paramount determinant of a child's well-being and developmental trajectory. Functional family dynamics, characterized by open and respectful communication, clear yet flexible boundaries, mutual respect for individuality, consistent emotional support, adaptability in problem solving, predictable routines, and positive parental role modeling, create an environment conducive to optimal development. Such environments foster psychological well-being, healthy emotional regulation, robust social skills, and indirectly support cognitive and academic success by reducing stress and promoting security. The patterns established in functional families can also propagate across generations, contributing to a broader societal benefit by fostering healthier individuals and relationships over time. Conversely, dysfunctional family dynamics, marked by poor communication, a pervasive lack of boundaries, emotional unavailability, chronic conflict, unclear roles, and various forms of abuse or neglect, consistently lead to adverse developmental outcomes. Children exposed to these environments face significant risks for mental health issues, including anxiety, depression, and PTSD, and may develop maladaptive coping mechanisms. Their emotional and social development is often hindered, leading to difficulties in forming trusting, intimate relationships and a tendency to perpetuate unhealthy patterns in adulthood. Chronic stress and a lack of intellectual stimulation in dysfunctional settings also impair cognitive development and academic performance, demonstrating the pervasive reach of these negative dynamics across all developmental domains. The internalization of negative self-perceptions and relational patterns learned in dysfunctional childhoods can persist into adulthood, necessitating comprehensive interventions that address these deeply ingrained psychological imprints. Specific family structures present unique strengths and challenges. Single-parent families, despite potential financial strains, can foster strong parent-child bonds and self-reliance, with outcomes often surpassing those of high-conflict two-parent homes. Blended families, born from a history of loss, demonstrate remarkable resilience when proactive commitment and open communication are prioritized, though they require significant adjustment periods. Adoptive families embark on a lifelong journey of identity integration for children, necessitating ongoing support for processing grief and acknowledging diverse origins. Foster families, while providing crucial temporary safety from trauma, highlight the critical need for trauma-informed care and consistent stability to counteract past adversities. Same-sex parent families consistently demonstrate equivalent developmental outcomes to heterosexual families, yet they uniquely navigate societal biases and discrimination that create external stressor. Ultimately, the well-being of children is not solely dependent on the family structure they inhabit but profoundly shaped by the quality of their family's emotional and relational processes. Promoting functional dynamics within any family type is therefore a critical imperative. Furthermore, external support systems, including community programs, school-based interventions, and social services, play an indispensable role in buffering the impact of family challenges, fostering resilience, and ensuring that all children have the opportunity to thrive. A comprehensive approach to child development must recognize the intricate interplay of family structure and dynamics, prioritizing interventions that strengthen relational health and provide robust, multifaceted support systems. Work cited. 1. Role of family in child development, Children's Bureau, https://www.alforkids.org/news/blog/the-role-a--family-in-child-development/2. Quality 101. Identifying the core components of a high-quality, https://quality-101-identifying-the-core-components-of-a-high-quality-101-identifying-the-core-program/3. Child welfare, early childhood, http://cdss.ca.gov/infosources/child-welfare-early-childhood 4. 2.2 Family structures, cultural practices, roles, and functions, nursing health promotion, https://www.healthpromo/chapter/4-2-family-structures-cultural-practices-roles-and functions/5. Family system therapy. Definition and efficacy. Verywell Mind. https://www.verywellmind.com/family-systems-therapy-definition-efficacy-5213785-6. Child well-being in same-sex parent families. Review of research. https://pmc.ncbi.nlm.nine.gov/articles/pmc409-1994/7. What does the scholarly research say about what we know? https://what-the-know.in-equality.cornell.edu/topic/LGBT-a-for-the/what-the-with-dash-the-wellbeing-dash-about-the-dash-well-being-about-a-with-dash-gay-or-lesbian-parenting/a. Same-sex parenting, Wikipedia, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/same-sex_parenting 9. Types of family structures, trying together, https://treeingtogether.org/daps/types-a-family-structures/10. Nuclear family EBSCO research starters, https://www.ebsco.com/research-starters/social-sciences-and-humanity/nuclear-family 11. Nuclear family, Wikipedia, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/nuclear_family 12. Single parent, Wikipedia, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/single_parent 13. The Single-Parent Family, Psychology Today, https://www.psychology-today.com/a/basic/family-dynamics/single-parent-family 14. Extended family, Wikipedia, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/extended_family 15. 6 family types and their unique dynamics. Better Health. https://www.betterhelp.com/advice/family/-a-different-family-types-and-different-family-types/16. Blended family and step parenting tips. Helpguide.org, https://www.helpguide.org/family/parenting-step-parenting-blended-family 17. Blended families, community education, Cornell blogs, https://blog.cornell.edu/community/education/2023/06/blended-families/18 adoptiveFamilyAdoption.com https://adoption.com/adoptive-family/19 Understanding Adoption, a Developmental Approach, PMC, https://pmc.ncbi.nlm.nigel/articles/pmc28045559/20 Characteristics of Successful Adoptive Families 1 Tolerance for https://characteristics_successful_adoptive_families1 Reverend equals 4C2 Beta 7cc 43,689,376 FF6122C62BF21 Facts What is a foster parent? Carteret County, https://www.carteretcounty.gov/fact.aspx UID equals 10222 Empowering Foster Children, Navigating Emotional Challenges with https://www.trumbullcsv.org/post/empowering-foster-children-navigating-emotional-challenges-with-confidence 23 Kinship Grant Families, Strengths and Challenges, Grant Families, https://www.gksnetwork.org/resources/grant-families-kinship-families-strengths-challenges/24 Same-sex families Intro to Sociology vocab definition https://library.fiveable.me/key-terms/intro-to-sociology/same-sex-families-25 Normal Functioning Family, helpercarbon.org https://english/family-life/family-dynamics/pages/normal-family-dynamics/pages/dynamics/26 The Functional Family, BYU Scholasarchive, https://scholasarchive.edu/cgi/viewcontent.pgi Article Family-How-Extended-Family-Help-Children-Development 14. The Silent Sufferers, Uncovering the Impact of Dysfunctional Families on Children, Medium, https://medium.com/exotic_right lane/the infographics/infographic/index.html53. Family Support Programs, Colorado Department of Early Childhood, https://cdec.colorado.gov/family-support-family-support-programs-54. Child Care and Development Programs, https://cdss.ca.gov/info/child-care-development/programs-55. National Center for Healthy Safe Children, American Institute for https://www.air.org/center/national-center-healthy-safe-children-56. School-based supports for child health and well-being, economic, https://catalog.results/strategies/school-based-supports 57. The impact of infant and early childhood mental health in social work, https://www.erickson.edu/blog/impact-in-social-work/58. The well-being of children involved with the child, Urban Institute, https://www.urban.org/site